I'm assuming
Oh,
it's
okay.
the Stringfellow supporters?
There's about 30 here, yeah.
That's what I assumed.
All right.
Well, I guess we're gonna have some public comments.
Well, this
we're
is,
gonna
this
have
is
some
all,
public comments.
Joel, this is the
Yeah.
Stringfellows, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna make that motion, okay?
All right. Let me, whereabouts, so.
When, right after you do the report out, the chair reports out, okay?
Okay. Well set.
All set?
We're good. Call the public session to order. We could please stand for Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And I would like to report out that the only votes taken were 5-0 to return to public session. I'll entertain a motion to seal the executive session minutes pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42-46-4 and 5.
So moved?
Motion by Mr. Chonis. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Through the chair?
Yes, sir.
I would ask the committee's indulgence to move items 8.3 and item 9.9 forward, please.
So we have, item 8.3,
That's a
which is
discussion.
discussion of Mr. Stringfellow, and item 9.9 would be that action associated to that. Do we have a motion on that? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so we will move to item 8.3, the addition of William Stringfellow's name to what will be Coach's Recognition Tower, and this was requested by Mr. Chonis.
I would not speak very long on this. I want to turn the floor over to a friend, a longtime good friend, Bob Brady. But it was my honor to assist in putting this together, and I think the turnout tonight is indicative of the importance of this item. This is Bob Brady. Would you come forward, please, and introduce yourself to the members of the committee who may not know you, and then go right ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Am I permitted to speak, to remove the mask when I speak, or is that a no-no?
We are. If you could keep the mask on, that would be
Very well.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Robert Brady. member of the Parks and Recreation Department, and it's our request, and some of these other folks will have something to say, that Bill Stringfellow be giving a specific area of recognition. What I would like to do at this time, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is I prepared a biography for Bill to give the committee an idea of what accomplishments he has done over the many years that he's been here. Should I pass them out one at a time or hand them down?
Oh, we can hand them down for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So while that's being done, you'll notice that Bill has always been a resident of the city of East Providence. He literally was born, raised, and lived to the end of his life within blocks of where he was originally born. His whole family, his wife Sheila, his 7 kids, all East Providence High School graduates. The 6 boys all played football for him. As indicated in the biography, Bill joined the coaching staff at East Providence High School in 1955. He remained on the coaching staff either as an assistant or as a head coach until 1988. That's 33 years on staff. Quite frankly, I think that's the longest tenured reign of any head or assistant coach in this system ever, by a long shot. Bill also was a part, both as an assistant and as a head coach, of 6 different state championship teams. 3 in 1966, 67, and 69 as an assistant, and then 3 more as head coach in 1970, 79, and 80. And I was fortunate to be part of that staff in 79 when they won the state championship. Bill has a history with the city, and as such, back in 2014, they thought to recognize Bill and Sheila, his wife, for the many contributions to the city. Sheila was a long-standing member and director of the Board of Canvassers for decades. And Bill was he was the director of Parks and Recreation when Parks and Recreation was a part-time job. In the mid-'70s, it became a full-time job. He was offered that job, but when offered, he declined because what he wanted to do was to stay with the football program and to stay with teaching, things he would have to give up if, in fact, he took that job. With us here today are a number of people who are extremely familiar to, I would think, the school committee. We have Jack Resendiz, former coach, teacher, educator, principal, administrator. Dr. Isidore Ramos was going to be here. He indicated he was unable to attend. Dr. Isidore Ramos is known to everyone, I'm sure, on this board. He also was an outstanding athlete, both in high school and in college, came back as an educator. He then served the public in elected offices, as well as served the school department for many years as well. So I understand that when this new facility, and it's a beautiful facility, was built, having attended the old facility before it became the real old facility, it's striking how many sections of this building have been dedicated to various very significant individuals. Louis Cavallo, Arthur Elmasian, this auditorium to Arthur Elmasian, a number of other people who have found their ways to have areas dedicated to them. Izzy Ramos is the same way. This is an issue that I'm sure you will agree, Mr. Montero, it's not new. It's an issue that has been brought up over the last couple of years since Bill's passing. I know that one of the people that are here contacted Charlie Chonas early on, and I know that Jack Resendiz has communicated with you, and also Mr. DiPolito has communicated with you as well. And we see very courteous responses in response to their inquiries. But I'm here really to tout Bill's value to this school, to this athletic program. Bill's actions to me, and I think to many of the people here, and I've talked to, I don't know, could be 100 people who couldn't be here, who indicate they're going to be watching on YouTube, but live streaming or catch it later on. And Bill's contributions are legend to this particular institution. When the Providence Journal talks about Bill Stringfellow, and they recently did, they talk about him in terms of legendary. So we don't have many legendary coaches that really aspire to, teach our kids, coach our kids, and give them the best example. Bill Stringfellow was one of those. Bill would not only be a coach, he'd be sitting outside the auditorium, in the old auditorium, selling tickets or selling candy or whatever it was that was necessary to help the program along to raise funds if funds were needed. Bill's record in terms of his accomplishments, not only in the high school, but also statewide, speak for themselves. He's a member of the East Providence High School Hall of Fame. He's a member of the Rhode Island Football Coaches Hall of Fame. He's a member of the Rhode Island Gridiron Hall of Fame. He was the Kodak Coach of the Year. He was the Athletic Director of the Year when he served from 1977 to 1991. He's the recipient of the Savastano Sports Medicine Achievement Award. So Bill Stringfellow, to my mind and to the minds of many people, embodies the very term townie. That's what he was. He coached no other schools other than East Providence High School until his retirement. And after his retirement, one of his proteges, Michael Quigley, who was the freshman coach at Bishop Hendricken High School, asked him to join him. Bill did, and did so on a voluntary part-time basis, with the understanding that he would not help if, in fact, the freshman team was going to play East Providence High School. And they never did. So Bill, actually, for the 10 years he was there, he was recognized by Bishop Hendricken High School by being inducted into their Hall of Fame. As I said, from my perspective, and I think I speak from the hearts of many of the people here tonight, Bill Stringfellow really embodies the very meaning of the term townie. Now, I know there's the discussion that's ongoing regarding designating a certain area of the athletic complex for head coaches, and I think that's a good thing. However, from our perspective, my perspective anyway, I think to recognize what he really meant to the high school athletics, what he means to the history of high school athletics, it would be, I think, the right thing and an honor to have the new athletic stadium named after him. And I would ask this board to give serious consideration to designating that field as the Stringfellow Memorial Field. I'll yield the floor to anyone else who wishes to have anything to say, unless the chair or any of the members have any questions of me.
So I thank you, and I couldn't agree with you more on, the way that you've depicted who Coach Stringfellow was for this community. I do want to point out on the agenda we have a specific request and an action item that cannot be veered from. If there's a desire by yourself and those looking to do something other than that, then we would have to revisit that as a committee. And so we couldn't adjust the action item as you requested tonight, respectfully.
I understand that, and I appreciate the courtesy extended, sir.
But yeah, again, and the reason, as you were going on and extensively, I appreciated it, because I'm thinking in my head, there's always, anytime there's public comment, we're usually, okay, what does the time limit say? But this is a topic that doesn't have a time limit, in my opinion. So I really appreciate you going in depth and sharing that with us.
And I do want to mention that I've communicated with the Stringfellow family to make sure that they are on board and approve what it is that I brought before the board today, and they are. I just wanted to make that clear.
And the other, I just wanted to just put into context also, I know there was reference to the names that are in the building. All of the names, except for superintendent's name that was added, existed in the old building, and it was specifically requested by members in the community and on the building committee that they transfer over, and it was research to find out whether or not that was
Right.
common practice. And based on the recent new builds in New England, southeastern Mass, there was a mix of actions on that. There was both names did not transfer over and names did, so the courtesy was given to transfer those names. So other than the recent action of the superintendent's addition to the building, all of the other names existed in the prior building, which is why they were brought over. So I just wanted to, I didn't want the community, the public, or anyone to think that there was action to add folks to the building once this building was constructed.
And I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I would point out that no school committee, including this school committee, has ever designated any particular area of honor to Bill Stringfellow himself. I know that there's an issue regarding the fact that the press box at Pierce Field was named after him. The city did that. The school committee did not do that. And we're asking the school committee to take the lead and to do what we feel is appropriate based on his history and the like. And again, that particular box was named, I went back and did some research, the day that was dedicated to he and Sheila in 2014. The presenter made it clear that it had to do with Sheila's 30 years or so with the Board of Canvassers and Bill's years as the Director of Parks and Recreation for a long time. So we're really looking for the school committee to do something along the lines that we've suggested. And I thank the committee for the time that you've allotted to me, and I'll yield the floor to anyone else that has anything to say, unless there's something else. All questions.
Through the chair, I would look forward to hearing other members of your group, Bob, say a few words, but I will just briefly say, as a city, East Providence has a rich history in athletics in the interscholastic leagues. We have a tremendous history, and Coach Bill Stringfellow is a huge part of that history. And I think that's something that we just want to recognize, and to be sure, with Chairman Montero's, the new format that we have with a potential new structure for athletics outside of this building. I think there's a desire to be sure that nobody forgets about Bill Stringfellow, that there is attention paid, and because of the performance of everything and the dedication of coaches, I will, because I enjoy the sport of basketball. I had a great love and respect for a coach, Vin McChrystal. Okay, in my eyes, Vin McChrystal was Bill Belichick before there was a Bill Belichick. He was just a great coach, and like I said, since I'm a basketball fan, I always enjoyed working with Coach McChrystal. But I think we're here tonight, and Mr. Brady was very eloquent. Thank you for your remarks, Bob, and I don't know if there's anyone else that would like to say anything at this time.
I think young Mr. McChrystal would like to say a few words as well. But I think Mr. Resendes would like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. Good to see
members
you.
of the committee, Mrs. Crowley. I thank you for taking time to listen to us this evening. The last time we were together was the groundbreaking ceremony, and so, wow, here we are. You've done a wonderful job and deserve the credit and the praise that has been given to you for the students, from their parents, for those of us older homeowners who were quite concerned about the taxes. You've done a great job, and I thank you. And now that you're all in agreement with me, I have just one other thing. I'm here to speak too for Bill Stringfellow. that we realized that he was recognized at Pierce Field. But here is where he coached. He coached on these fields. He prepared his teams. He got them ready for their competition and did very well. But he did all of this, plus as his athletic director here at East Providence High School. And since the football team will be playing here, I think it only fair that Mr. Stringfellow's name be associated with this field, where he long prepared, trained, and worked with these young men and prepared them for their games. And I ask you all to give consideration to our request to that. And I thank you all for your patience with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm the young Vin McChrystal. So my dad was a coach here for years. And I knew Mr. Stringfellow when I was a little kid because my dad and he coached together. So I can honestly say that I knew him for most of my lifetime, other than when I was a real small child. And, you know, I guess the greatest tribute I can give to Mr. Stringfellow is that today, when I watch sports, or even when I'm talking to my own children, I say a lot of the things that he said to us as players. And, you know, you think, are you having an influence on kids when you coach them or teach them? And let me tell you, Mr. Stringfellow did. And I think all of us here would say the same thing, that we repeated many times the things that Mr. Stringfellow said to us and the lessons that we learned with him at our side. So thank you very much. I would love to see him honored here at East Providence High School. And I know that my dad and my mom would love it as well if they were still alive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Thank you. My name is Mike Quigley. Mr. Brady very kindly mentioned me. I'm a proud graduate of East Providence High School, the class of 1974. I was most school spirit, if that counts for anything. And other than my father, the greatest influence on my life, and I was a teacher for 40 years and a coach for 27, the greatest influence on my life, other than my father, was Coach Stringfellow. In fact, I'm probably one of the few people in East Providence that can claim to be an honorary Stringfellow, because I knew the family when they were young, and when Coach passed, they were kind enough to ask me to give the eulogy at his funeral. The time that I had with him here was very instrumental in my development as a young person, and the time that he spent with me and with our young students at Bishop Hendricken, he did the same thing for those boys that he did for the people at East Providence. And he was extremely respected over there. As Mr. Brady pointed out, he was honored by the school as an honorary alumnus. And the students that I still see, the players that I still see, always ask for him. And I think that, as my classmate Vinnie McChrystal so eloquently put it, there really isn't any greater tribute that you could give to do something in his honor. And I thank you for considering it, and I hope that you take the matter seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the topic? So, Mr. Jonas, as this being your item, this obviously an action item that is associated with a designated space, and if I may, I don't mind kind of putting everything in somewhat of a timeline. So there was a request that came through Mr. Jonas a few months back. It was preceded probably a couple months prior to that to me for the request for another individual. And I pause with this because the last thing, and Mr. Jonas and I have talked about this as other members, right? In our community, there are so many honorable folks, and so I'm pausing so that we don't get into this, competition type situation. But so the other name request came for the same space, which was for the field, and to be named after an individual based on for accomplishments that we won't get into. The discussion that I had with the individuals that came was one at the time that, just as we did with the Stringfellow, Mr. Stringfellow's request, we said it was it's too early to get into. I mean, we weren't even occupying the space yet, and that they would be received and considered in order. But in that discussion, speak to my logic in the conversations and why it led to a designated space. There was a reference, and we talked about it a little bit, about the names that are in the building. I don't have a problem stating that, me personally, I would not have had the names transfer over into the spaces. I would have had those folks memorialized in this building. My mindset and my approach and thought on that is that as the generations of East Providence continue to evolve, and we create these opportunities for the next generation to own, claim, and just live on as so many of us hope to, and those names are ways that we live on. My concern was that, what are we leaving for the next generations to own, to claim, to stake their space in? So with that mindset, saying that, okay, so we have, and there's some interpretation with the policy, which I think is can be broad enough to, it can be argued whether or not there's a relevance to the space because it's a new space, and you can argue till the cows come home as to whether or not, how you interpret that. But the idea was, if we created a space specific to these two requests that came, like within a month and a half apart, created a space that would give us an opportunity to memorialize basically two of our greatest coaches from an accomplishment and reach of student athletes in their time in East Providence, but still leave an opportunity for the generations to follow to stake their claim, and then that's what this monument of sorts would accomplish. Someone had made a reference, and dare I say, Yankees, but they referenced Yankee Stadium, with all the great, and I am not a Yankees fan, so please don't throw stones, but of all the great Yankee players that have gone through the organization, it's Yankee Stadium, and they have monuments that will recognize those players. I guess I've never been to Yankee Stadium, but so that was the concept and the thought process behind that. To that first request, basically accepted that approach and withdrew the request for the field along those terms. So that's, I kind of felt it important to state that's how we arrived to where we are today. So if the intention of the group here that has spoken is to change the request and move it to the field request, then, one, there's no action to be taken tonight because it's not on the agenda for that, and it would need to be posted as such, so that folks could, as much as, again, this is why I hate this piece, right? Speak for or against is really the the whole purpose of the public hearing. But we would have to start from scratch on this request and change it because it's on the agenda. It's requested to have the name put on this coach's recognition tower, which is slated to, if we were to approve it and follow through on the design, it'll stand right at the entrance of the gates, similar to Pierce Field where there's that other monument stone as you walk into the main gates. So with that, I would ask Mr. Chonis what you would like to do with your items.
At this time, I'd like to move the item. I have a question, Mr. Chairman, concerning the word, just a clarification of space. Where I see recognition space for an individual, and I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same space on a
Correct.
tower.
Correct.
Okay, so it's the equivalent. Well, at this time, I'd like to move the action item that we have and vote to approve the addition of William Stringfellow's name to the coach's recognition tower. That's my motion.
So you had moved those up, so that's following. The action item is,
That's the action. I
Okay.
moved that up, yes.
right, yeah, so we did that, so you're staying with that action is my question.
I'm staying with that action
Okay,
at this
to
time,
to
yes.
have,
Yep.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So we have a motion as listed on the agenda to add Coach Stringfellow's, and I'm not going to quote this, but Coach Stringfellow's name to the recognition tower. We have a motion by Mr. Chonis to follow through with that action, although understanding that the group here has requested something.
I understand that,
Okay.
but I think, let's take care of this item today. We've had the presentation, and I think we'd like to move this item forward.
And is
for
there,
First passage.
and is there an objection? I just want to be clear from the folks that are here on behalf of Mr. Stringfellow, if there's an objection to that direction, only because it wasn't requested at the podium. I just want to make sure that,
Mr. Brady, do you want to take that one?
So I understand the procedural issues that you've raised, Mr. Chairman, that the item that is on the agenda is to approve, correct me if I'm wrong, to approve his position as, forgive me for the lack of the appropriate word, to be recognized on this tower or this monument.
correct.
So let me put it this way, at the very least, that's accomplished. Now, if in fact the request that I've proffered to you relative to naming the stadium after him would require yet another hearing, Mr. Chonis was good enough to put us on tonight. I can certainly have a conversation with him relative to what the procedures are, as far as getting that before the board. But anything that recognizes Bill tonight is a start.
Right.
And we're hoping that that will lead to much bigger and better things based on what we truly believe is
Right,
he
and
deserves
I-
that recognition. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, and that's, I don't want to make that assumption, right? I didn't see a downside to the action, but because, I asked and alluded to it when you were speaking, and it was never requested in any of the comments, so I
Right.
just wanted to make sure before we took that action.
No.
My assumption I didn't see a downside to it at all, but I definitely just wanted to make sure. So we have a motion, but thank you very much. I appreciate you confirming that. So we have a motion by Mr. Chonis on action item,
14:9.
14.9. I know we called it 9.9 before, yeah.
14.
14.9. We have a motion by Mr. Chonis. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. O'Shane. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So that's first passage, and as a matter of procedure, so there are 2 public meetings for any naming per the district policy. So we do this a second time, and then that finalizes that action. So I thank you all for coming out and for sharing Coach Stringfellow's history and accomplishments.
Thank you. It was a great turnout. We rarely get as many people coming out to speak for an individual as we did tonight. So I thank you all for coming out. I really appreciate and your dedication is obvious. Thank you.
Thank you.
So while we're in transition, I do want to point out that Silver Spring staff did send the school committee, thank you, Mr. Resendes, did send the school committee a Christmas card, a holiday card. No, Merry Christmas, so it's a Christmas card. I didn't want to misspeak, from Silver Spring School staff.
You get to keep that at your house?
It's actually, Sharon's had it. It was sent to, would you like it?
Yep, it was. Thank you.
So our student liaison could not be with us, but he did leave his report, which I will now read as we are back in order on item number 4. So Mr. Grant Wozencroft, our student liaison, states, good evening, everyone. November and December have been very busy months for the high school. There's a lot of news coming from our clubs, organizations, and sports teams that I will be sharing with you all tonight. An example of clubs getting involved in the community can be seen with the EPHS Environmental Club. The Environmental Club hosted a successful community cleanup on November 13th. On that day, 35 student volunteers from the high school met at Crescent Park to pick up trash. Additionally, the Environmental Club set an $800 fundraising goal to pay for tree saplings that will be planted throughout East Providence in May to offset the paper usage of the school. I am excited to say that the club exceeded their goal, and following the holiday break, an informational website will be worked on to encourage residents and businesses to request the pre-purchased saplings to be planted on their property or to help volunteer on the day of the event. The Young Democrats Club is beginning to start regular meetings once again during the wind block. Goals are being identified by the 28 students, and the bylaws have been created. A majority of members have registered with the state chapter of Young Democrats. Students have become involved in several Democratic campaigns, and in the coming months, the club will welcome many Democratic public office holders for Q&A sessions. News is coming from our GSA organization of over 60 members, which has rebranded recently. Though the acronym was kept the same, it now stands for Gender and Sexuality Alliance. The group is focusing on community building, support, and advocacy of LGBTQ+ related issues. Their goal is to work together to ensure inclusion for all members of the Townie community. Thanks to the help of retired teacher Crystalline Caffrey, East Providence High School has reinstated our DECA club charter. The club's new challenge has recently started. The Lead with a Cause Social Innovation Challenge engages students to design an innovative solution to increase access to entrepreneurship for underrepresented groups. A new video game club is beginning this December. This club will provide students with the opportunity to come together in order to participate in various video games from throughout the decades. The club will be held roughly twice each month, and from this club, East Providence High School will be organizing their first ever competitive esports team, which will compete in the spring season of 2022. The Young Writers Club has been holding meetings after school and during the wind block. Students have used this space for free writing, sharing, and brainstorming prompts for each other to use. A big announcement also coming from the English department is that the Townie newspaper is making a return. Well, that's good. It is currently in the process of being revitalized. Informational meetings are being held for brainstorming purposes, with more editors, writers, reporters, and photographers being sought out. Winter sports are beginning this month. Tryouts are over, and the seasons are now underway. The basketball teams, the hockey team, the track team, the swim team, and the wrestling team have already had events starting last week. Jake Parent, a student at East Providence High School, is working with Mr. Amori and Mr. Travers to create slides for the new screens around the hallways in order to publicize events to the student body. Their efforts are greatly expanding communication and awareness. There are many students at the high school that truly embody what it means to have Townie pride. School spirit and representing our community in a positive light to the world is no small feat, and we hope to recognize everyone for their achievements. This week, I'd like to recognize Justin Medeiros-Potter. Mr. Medeiros-Potter is a sophomore and a member of Shout. This month, he was invited to become a NEASC panelist on a panel of national and international students at the annual conference. We thank Justin for the time he has invested in his advocacy. It is true that all it takes is just one person to make a big difference. People like him are the catalyst for real change in the world, and we have no doubt that he has a bright future ahead. On that note, there are some big upcoming events in the school and events that have just recently passed. On December 2nd, the Wind Ensemble, Band, and Chorus put on an excellent performance in their holiday concert. This was the first in-person concert in 2 years. SATs were held at the high school on December 4th. The school improvement team convened on December 6th. The collection of staff, residents, and students are working hard to ensure that the school makes the necessary steps to create lasting positive change when it comes to student outcomes and school culture. Also on December 6th, the long-awaited fitness equipment was dropped off at the school. I have seen it, and I can say that it looks amazing in the fitness room. A lot of students would agree. New furniture was also brought to the media center. The space is very comforting. December 9th was the National Honor Society induction ceremony for juniors and some seniors. For those that missed it, there is a video that was recorded of students walking across the stage. The Parent-Teacher Student Association will be meeting on December 15th. We would love to see new parents there. On December 16th, the New Outdoors Club will be having their first after-school meeting. Sometime during the wind block, the club will be hosting a wildland firefighter guest speaker. The French Club will be having their end-of-year meeting, where the culinary department will be making some Christmas log cakes. I believe the Spanish Club is actually doing something similar as well. December 23rd will be the start of winter break. On January 12th, the school will be hosting the prom dress giveaway for those interested. January 14th will be Senior Project Day, coordinated by Mr. Shattuck. And that's all I have to report tonight. So that's from Grant Wozencroft, our student liaison.
And the next item is the consent agenda with communications, correspondence, homeschool requests, and approval of minutes for the November 9, 2021 regular school committee meeting, the November 19, 2021 special school committee meeting, and the November 8, 2021 building committee meeting.
Any questions or comments or discussions?
I put a letter in here, buildings for the future.
I can't hear you.
Under communication, I did add a letter that was directed to Mr. Michael Buzzum, who works for Gilbane Company, and it's from the Executive Director of Buildings of the Future, complimenting Gilbane on East Providence High School, and also the MBE, which they established as a result of that utilization of 22% minority workers. So I just wanted to call your attention to that.
Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion to accept.
Motion by Mr. Randall. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Chonas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
The next item is PTO, PTA, EPLAC reports.
Good evening, everyone. As you all know, I'm Mary Nascimento, and I'm the chair for the EPLAC committee. I'd like to introduce Caitlin Butterworth, who will be my co-chair, new on the board this year. In your package, you received a list of the voting members. I could read those off if you like.
Please.
Okay, so myself, Mary Nascimento, chair. Kathy Vitalo is the secretary, another new board member. Caitlin Butterworth, our co-chair. Chris Lilly, a parent. Lisa Lavin, parent. Amanda Forney, a parent. Beth Studley, a paraprofessional. Becca Belasco, parent. Beverly Lafort, community leader. Azilda Fernandez, parent. Tori Jessup Crowley, parent. Marissa Braga, a paraprofessional. Courtney Geiser, a parent. Jalen Alves, teacher in the district. Leslie Andrade, another teacher. Jeannie Hickson, parent. Arnie Bergeron, she is a parent and she's also a ripen advocate. Micah Pierre, parent. David Medeiros, parent. Sarah Souza, a parent. Corey Durfee, paraprofessional. Nicole Dos Reese and David Dos Reese, other parents. We have EPLAC district support non-voting members. The ones I listed were the voting members of the board. And that would be Jessica Bushing, school committee liaison, Karen Ribello, principal, Lori Marchand, principal, and Leslie Anderson, pupil personnel director. That is it. Any questions? All right, thank you for your time. Happy holidays.
Thank you, and I thank everyone for their involvement in EPLAC. I think, again, you guys are the epitome of what a LAC should be, and I know you still continue to hear that from Ride and others. So,
Thank you so much, Joel. I appreciate that.
Mary, can you announce when the next meeting is?
the next meeting.
Next meeting?
The next meeting is the last Wednesday in January at 6 o'clock at Martin Middle School Library. Threw me off, Jess, sorry.
January 26th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
January 26th at 6 p.m. at Martin Middle School Library. We welcome all parents. Join us.
And staff.
And staff and school committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is public comments 1, agenda items.
So we have Louis De Silva and then for agenda items, and then, yeah, I'll have you go up. I didn't even see you walking up. So, yep.
First, I'd like to wish everybody a good holiday, and I want to preface, I have a hearing impairment, so if I don't hear you completely, I apologize. But I do want to talk about what is concerning to me, because I had joined the September meeting, or tried to address the committee meeting, the school committee, regarding mask wearing and so forth. But now it appears that we're looking into testing of students every 2 weeks.
based on Dr. Ferran, if that's how I understand it or no. So, can you clarify it?
So, yeah, I mean, we haven't received the full report, so, so if you could just speak to your piece, and then she'll give a full presentation on that piece.
So that's a no.
Right, so, yeah, so she won't comment to it now, but it'll be.
You're thinking about it.
So it'll be part of her presentation.
So before we proceed any further, that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. So the fact is, and I don't know if this has been brought up, how the swabs are sterilized. I don't know if Dr. Ferran has looked into that or knows about it. She may or may not. However, I came across this in my research that the swabs are sterilized in ethylene oxide. So what is it? So it's used as a pesticide and a sterilizing agent. Okay, and it's used in medical instruments such as PCR, LFT swabs, smear tests. It also accounts for its cancer-causing activity. So lymphoma, leukemia are cancers most frequently reported associated with exposure to this oxide. So I ask you, this is medical science, this is fact, and why are we looking into it? I also say that it's discriminatory. Everyone has their own opinion about a vaccine, and whether you agree with it or not, that's not my concern. I don't agree with it, but that's my opinion based on my research and my understanding. And if you're only relying on the media to decide or to calculate, okay, should I have my child vaccinated or shouldn't I? Well, here's a couple of facts. There's early signs of permanent sterilization. 80% of pregnant women have lost their child in the first month or trimester. It even goes as far as if they go to full term, they can't breastfeed. It's the equivalent of HIV. And this is all documented. This is all truth. If you're willing to search for it, this is all true. You can no longer donate blood, donate plasma. You can't donate organs if you wanted to. Bone marrow. It's increased occurrence of heart and muscle situations. It's all well known. With the soccer players, there's been 108 deaths. Perfectly healthy athletes because they've been forced to vaccinate. It also imposes and contradicts the Constitution. Even the mask wearing, all these mandates are against the Constitution. We're a republic. And with that said, I brought a packet, the packet that I dropped off. You know, I went around to each one of your sections in East Providence back on September 14th, and I know there is a certain gentleman, I don't know if he's here or not, but supposedly he was the sanitation engineer, picked it up and probably threw it away. I'm happy to distribute. There's only one copy. You can make your own copies. So, why is it called a pandemic? I thought a pandemic would be something where the majority of individuals are dying unknown, when in fact, as of December 8th, there's been 790,766 deaths that have been recorded with the CDC as COVID. And if you divide that into 331 million residents of the United States, you come up with 0.002%. So it's not a pandemic. We have to sometimes take a step back and understand the ramifications of our actions and understand, are we applying it within the law? These are needless deaths, even though deaths last year was needless, because in the Virology Journal, a publication that I'm not even going to call him a doctor, Mr. Fauci, his publication back in August 22nd, 2005, stated that chloroquine, a potent inhibitor of SARS coronavirus infection and spread, which means it can be prophylactic and therapeutic. There's no need for a vaccine. But you know why we have a vaccine? It's power and money. That's what it is.
Mr. De Silva, if I could just
It's power and money.
keep you back to
because-
topic, please, so that
Excuse me?
if you could come back to the topic. We're speaking on agenda items, and you had comments that you want to make related to the test to stay, I believe. The committee here is not discussing or taking any action as far as, the validity or verification of the terms of the virus.
I don't
And
have
I
much to
understand, so,
discuss.
if
But,
if we could just stay on
and
topic.
I would indulge you, if you could indulge me a little bit longer, because I've signed up for both, I don't have to do the second one.
So the first one is for
The
agenda items.
non-agenda items.
Okay.
So it's power and money. During this time of the COVID information, or a year and a half, you know that the 650 billionaires have grown their amounts by $1 trillion. Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, various other people push vaccines because they're stockholders. The pharmaceutical companies have so far this year earned billions with vaccine. And you ask yourself, why? Why do some doctors say yes, and why do some doctors say no? Any common sense person can say, okay, why are you giving me this medicine if it causes this, and this? We don't even know what the vaccine causes. So I'll finish with this. In the US, so far, from 0 to age 17, there's been 992 children that have died needlessly, but have died and registered as COVID. If we have medicine that Mr. Fauci in the beginning said, hold off, no, it's dangerous. Why? Because you want to push the vaccine. You want to push people's deaths. Bill Gates even has said that the solution to climate change is population control. Population control starts with sterilization. It's time to wake up. And may God have mercy on those that inflicted pain on everyone.
Thank you very much.
If you like this, I can give that.
You could leave that. Yeah, you could leave it right here, and I'll make sure it gets distributed. Thank you. Okay. Please, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Good evening. My name is Azilda Fernandez, and I'm here tonight to inform you and the entire East Providence community that we will be hosting our 5th annual Christmas community dinner. When we started this event 5 years ago, we wanted to make sure that the homeless had a place to stay warm and receive a free hot meal on Christmas. We have grown from serving these 70 people the first year to almost 500 people 2 years ago. Last year, we did not have the event due to COVID restrictions. Over the years, we realized that not just the homeless needed a hot meal. Living in East Providence, we have a very large elderly population. Some of them have no family and were stuck in the house and had no one to share this date with. In 2019, we made a few changes, and now this community dinner is exactly that. We are inviting the community to join us on Christmas Day for a great meal. The Bright Ridge Club has donated the hall to us as they have done so every year. Not only are we providing a hot meal, soup, salad, turkey, and ham with all the trimmings, and a few other items, and of course dessert, we are also providing clothing. We have hats, gloves, socks, coats, and gently used clothing. We will also provide bags filled with toiletries, such as shampoo, conditioner, body wash, toothpaste, deodorant, and a few other items. We will have toys for the kids, as well as a cookie decorating table. This year, we will have a barber and a few nail techs. This event would not be possible without the generosity of our community. Thank you to everyone that has donated so far. We are looking for donations of hats, gloves, socks, men's body wash, and deodorant, and unwrapped toys. We have several donation boxes around the community where you can drop off any donation to. They are located at Jordan's Liquors, Townie's Restaurant, Riviera Restaurant, Trinity Club, Dunkin' Donuts across from the Silver Spring Golf Course, as well as the Bright Ridge Club. This event is held on Christmas Day, December 25th, from 12 to 5 at the Bright Ridge Club, 59 Bright Ridge Ave. We will also provide transportation. Mayor De Silva has offered the city bus to us to pick up our East Providence residents. We are also looking for volunteers for the day of the event. If anyone has any questions, you can reach me, Azilda Fernandez, at 999-0029 or Lumi Rodriguez at 442-2423. Thank you. I have a question. Superintendent Crowley, 2 years ago, you were able to do a Connect Ed for us for this event.
She wants to know
If we're able to do another one.
Connect Ed to announce.
Should I just email you all the
Date and the
information?
time?
Email the statement, and we can send it out. When would you like it to go out?
Maybe like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week.
Okay.
Okay,
Just
I'll
send me-
email that to
have
you.
my email, right, Azilda?
Yes.
Okay,
All right,
perfect.
thank you so much.
Yep.
Next item, please.
The next item is the superintendent's report.
Yes, I'd first like to draw your attention to the MOU that's in your packet that I need to have.
Microphone.
I'm sorry, that I need to have signed this evening for the LEAP program that we talked about last week for the last district to get our MOU in. We've already had, Celeste and I had one 4-hour meeting last week, and today we spent from 8:30 to 3:30 with our team and the LEAP team in professional development. This is the program we're going to get an additional $3 million added on to the $11.5 million in ESSER funds that we will be getting. So we're anxious to have this assigned this evening. The district school improvement team. I want to give a little report on that team. Our team is active. We had our meeting. We have it on the last Friday of the month. We had to change it because of Thanksgiving. But we are meeting in January again. Our school improvement team, many of the members returned. Mary's shaking her head because she's our parent in resident, and our interviewee that volunteers. Thank you, Mary, for all the interviews. She's come an expert at that, and we thank her for it. This year, we took the suggestion of Mrs. Beauchesne, and we invited people from other school improvement teams to join the district school improvement team, and we had 3 takers. I believe it was Riverside, Martin, and maybe Hennessy, I think, were the 3 schools that sent a representative. We've broken up into subcommittees because based on our strategic plan, and the committee members chose what committee they wanted to work on. We added another goal, and that was the recruitment goal, and I have 2 people that volunteered to work with me on recruitment. So our team is moving along very nicely. I'm happy to report, and we have, I believe it's about 22 members now on the district school improvement team. I'm going to now transfer this over to Dr. Ferran. Many districts in the state of Rhode Island are going with a Test to Stay program. This Test to Stay program, and I'll let Sandy explain it in detail, is a program to allow students to stay in school if they test negative with parental permission only. So Dr. Ferran, if you could just explain that. We have not started this program. I'm going to reiterate that. We have just looked into it, and we're presenting it to school committee this evening.
Good evening. There was a pilot program about a month ago in Westerly with the Test to Stay program. So it's for students in pre-K through grade 6 who are identified in school as close contacts of a positive COVID case. Those students and parents are allowed to opt into the program, which would mean that they would agree to be tested for 7 days, but they would not have to quarantine, which is usually a 7-day quarantine. So instead of putting them out of school to quarantine, we would be able to keep them in school. When they got to school in the morning, we would have them brought to a room where the nurse or principal or another designee would test each morning. It's a 15-minute rapid test. So we would wait for the results, and as long as they test negative, they would be able to go to class for the day. I believe in Westerly, where they piloted, they saved over 350 academic days for students who otherwise would have been quarantined. So we have met with the principals a couple of times. It is a heavy lift at the schools, depending on the day, how many students would be identified as close contacts and how many we would have to test. But we do think that, keeping students in school is obviously our goal, and we would like to move forward with a pilot. The soonest we would be able to start would be January 5th. We have to submit a plan to the Department of Ed with all of our details. So, right now we're hoping to move forward with that. And again, that would only be pre-K through grade 6 that would be involved in that. Does anyone have any questions?
Dr. Ferran, that's a voluntary program?
It is voluntary, and parents have to sign permission slips and submit them. And anytime we have a positive case and we're going to test students, even though we have those permission slips, we contact parents before we do the testing. So we always let them know. With the test and stay program, we would contact parents, let them know that students were identified as a close contact the first day, and they would know from there that we would be testing for the next 7 days. But you can choose to opt out of the program, or you cannot choose to opt in, I should say. And in that case, the student would be required to abide by the Department of Health quarantine guidelines.
Any other questions? I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ferran and Nurse Wallace for overseeing this COVID situation this year. We didn't think we'd find ourselves in this situation, but Sandy has worked very hard on monitoring this and abiding by the Rhode Island Department of Health regulations and helping with contact tracing, which sometimes is very difficult, especially when you're looking at sports teams. An entire team have to make in contact tracing. The numbers come in throughout the weekend. Testing doesn't stop during the weekend and will not stop during vacation for us either. We continue to have to report to them on contact tracing. Our nurses and our principals have to fill out the forms. Sandy's been doing the spreadsheet herself. So I want to just say thank you. And I think we've been doing a great job. As you saw, our numbers were low. They ticked up right after Thanksgiving, as we expected, and we do expect to see another uptick after Christmas vacation as well. So we're prepared for that. Yes, we can test, but Jessica asked if we could test the Sunday before the students return, and we can hold testing at Martin as we have in the past. Yes, for any parent that is interested in bringing their children in.
Mr. Jonas?
And my question was, can a parent access Rhode Island test to stay on their own computer? So they can research it on their own computer?
Yes, so there is some information. There's the article about Westerly, and there I was just looking to see. So there is additional information. We would be sending out packets explaining the program. We have letters, we have consent forms, so there is a lot of material that was provided to us to send out to parents to give them all the information that they need. And then in addition, we've met with the nurses and the principals, so they understand the program also. They all have the test to stay playbook, and we can make that available. They could probably get it right online, but we can make that available on the website also.
Thank you.
Dr. Ferran, you had mentioned Westerly. Were there other districts, or at what stage is Westerly at? How far along are they? Have they implemented it yet?
So they've already completed their pilot, and that's why the state has opened it up to other districts. So that's, we went to an informational meeting the other day. Any district that was interested was invited to an informational meeting. And that's where they did a lot of survey of parents, of the school staff, and there was a very high satisfaction rate on the surveys because it was keeping their students in school. And they didn't see transmission from the original, from keeping those kids in school. They did not see additional transmission.
And did they, and I apologize if you mentioned this, any idea on the numbers, where it's an opt-in process? Did they say kind of, the percentage of students that have been signed in to the program? Do we have any sense? I'm just curious to the reception of the community.
In Westerly, you mean, Joel? In Westerly?
Yes.
No, I don't believe they did. Mark Garceau reported on it at the superintendent's meeting. He talked about the success. It sounded like they had a good number, but I don't have that number
okay.
of students. They've been doing it since, I think they started towards the end of September, and they have been doing it. It was the only district that opted in immediately.
Okay.
They did a 30-day pilot.
They did a 30. Okay. Thank you.
Neighboring Massachusetts has this, right? Is this the same one?
It is.
It's got to be similar, yeah.
I may be the only one, maybe it's because of the profession I'm in, but on a constant basis, 3 or 4 times a week, I get phone calls from students' parents on where the closest testing site is and how can they get there. And, you know, I think that's why I brought up the testing before going back to school. A lot of parents, it's a constant thing. It's very constant, so.
We'll only be doing the Binex, you know, but sometimes the students needs a PCR, which they can only get at a testing site. Okay?
This is
Through the
just
chair?
one.
Yeah, this is one.
Yes.
Excuse me. Financially, is this costing us anything? Are we receiving funds to do this program?
Free.
So it's not costing us anything. You have to be participating in the ELC grant, which we already are. So all of the supplies will come from Department of Health, the Binex tests, and it's personnel time, but it's, you know, it's not costing us to be part of the program.
So we're participating in the, you said the ELC
ELC grant. Celeste, that's it, ELC? Correct, yeah.
Yeah, it's Haji.
Is it the ELC grant?
Yes.
We already have, money
You
from
have
the
to
ELC
participate
grant,
to apply.
and that's one of the requirements for participation.
So that enables us to do that.
It does. I mean, we really are, like I said, trying to keep students in school. Initially, the Department of Health had told us, like, if one symptom, we were sending students home. We pushed back on that, and a lot of other districts did too, so we amended our policy to go back to last year where it was either 2 symptoms or there was a couple of primary symptoms that would send a student home for testing. So the more, you know, we can do in school, the more we can keep students in school. That's really our goal. We don't want them to lose any more educational time than they already have.
Thank you.
And so anything that's not already covered would be able to be covered by ESSER 3?
It's really the testing, and then I don't really see us hiring any additional staff or anything to help. You know, we discussed this morning if sometimes schools have larger numbers than others, so we could always send some district personnel that are trained to help out testing in the morning. There's plenty of us that can provide that extra support as needed. And we have someone that's helping us enter the data, so that will kind of ease the burden on the nurses and principals. So we think we have a solid plan for implementation. You know, the principals today all agreed that we'll pilot it and try and go forward and see the impact. And if it's keeping students in school and we're able to manage it, then we'd like to continue with the program.
Thank you.
If, to the chair, if we're not able to management, in other words, if we need to put more resources in, can we ask for more assistance?
Celeste, do you think?
You have to be trained in the Binex?
You have to.
Oh,
I think financially,
yeah.
So the question from Mr. Jonas was that if, you know, once, as this pilot is rolled out at the schools, if they find, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jonas, if they find a challenge implementing and executing, and they need resources to handle the volumes.
So I just pulled up the grant application, so I wouldn't be able to say yes to that because we wrote the grant doing this type of testing. I don't know if we will spend all of the funds within the grant. Oftentimes, you have a chance to amend or make some changes to the grant, but right now, I can't say yes and I can't say no. I can say no, that's not included in our original application request.
So if you saw a need, there's a chance that you would have the opportunity to amend the grant
Maybe.
to utilize available funds.
I've never done this, a health grant. This came
Right.
from the Department of Health. Normally, our
Understood.
grants come from the Rhode Island Department of Education or some other
Right.
funding source. But and I wrote this on August 20th, so I have to go back and read it again. But that was long before the test to stay. So I don't want to say yes and I don't want to say no.
Sure.
but it could come out of ESSER 3, correct?
Oh,
Like
yes,
COVID
it could
relief?
definitely come out of,
Yeah, if
it
we
could
needed more
definitely be
support.
put into ESSA 3 if needed.
Okay.
But there are also many of us that are trained in it. early on when this all started to give the by next testing. Remember, Jessica, you were actually with us. I'm trained, Jessica's trained, Tony's trained, Sandy trained. Who else? Some of the principals trained with us. Most of the principals trained with us. Yes. So we could step in, Charlie, if the need arose and the nurses got overwhelmed. There are those of us that step in. When we run our testing clinics, we're all there. And we all help out with the by next testing. So we could step in. We do have a number trained. And we can train others too, right, Tony? Yes, so we can train others to administer the by next test. It's not
Thank you.
difficult
I mean,
at all.
We're still learning about this, so we're,
Yeah. Yes. Okay, the next is the use of high school building rentals. Diana Clarkin has begun this process.
Hello, everyone. As you have in your packet, there is a list of sites at the high school where we have put in some dollar amounts for an hourly rate to charge outside individuals and organizations. I don't know if anybody had a chance to look at that, but if there are any questions or concerns, I'd be more than happy to answer.
And on that list that you have, can you just verify what the headers for each of the price break columns?
So if you look at the, you're talking about if you look at the high school, it says academic areas, and then it says, yeah, that cut off. Sorry about that. It's basically the first column is, and that's why I included the administrative procedures as to what categories. But the first column where you would see the zeros, that would be the category 1, which is the internal and school-based organizations.
Okay.
Second column is category 2, which is local nonprofit organizations. Third column is category 3, which is businesses and organizations inside city limits. And then category 4 is businesses and organizations outside city limits.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
So
Comments?
unless otherwise mentioned, fees and like utility costs and other fees are already included in the hourly rate?
Right, so basically this is the rate for the actual space. It would include utility use, heat, electricity. What it doesn't include is, say, for example, someone wants to use the auditorium, they would have to pay an extra fee, which is also listed here, for audio, lighting, technician support. The other fee is custodial fees. That is, by contract, we are bound to a 4-hour minimum, and it's basically done on a seniority basis if it's outside the normal workday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please.
Thank you
You're welcome.
for doing this. That's after many hours of deliberation on this. When will rooms be available?
I've actually been on the superintendent. When can we do this? When can we do this? And we've been holding off for the fee structure, and 2, we wanted to make sure that everything was complete in the building, which, we're there. And then, of course, worrying about the COVID. But once we get the go-ahead, I think that the superintendent, I don't want to speak for her, but I'm sure we'll be ready to go. Because we've already had requests.
Yeah.
And I've sort of pushed them off. And some of them have understood, and Some of them have also postponed their events because of COVID. So we're still in a safe zone, if you will.
I know some of the larger schools with smaller spaces in our district are looking to, use this facility primarily because of COVID, that they could have events. So I don't know if they've reached out to you, but I know that they've asked me to ask, so that's why I'm asking.
Right.
Yep.
I hope it'll be right after the first of the year. We wanted to get this fee structure in place first so that we'd have it for Diana to use, and then we're going to move.
Right, but we've already started talking to a couple of individuals, both outside of the state, inside the city, as well as other organizations around the locale. So we're ready to go if we're good with the fee structure.
Diana, I'm trying to think, are you aware of another local facility like this where someone could actually hire streaming services? I noticed that as one of, the various options, and I'm just thinking for, a performance here, for us as a district to also provide the capability to stream an event, I think that's got to be fairly attractive, in this day and age with virtual being, so I'm just thinking dance performances, right, where, families can't make it maybe from out of town, right, and to know that you can.
We didn't bring that up ever.
No, and again, a credit to our IT guys. We were talking about it a little bit before the meeting, but making sure that doing some upgrades so that we can properly live stream such events instead of just going with the standard system. Right?
That'd be like an add-on special at the bottom.
Yeah. So if there's a rate fee for it, whether it's broken out, right, for lighting, for sound, but also for streaming services.
Well, if you look at underneath the entire where it says performance and events area, there are breakouts of audio presentation, live stream recording, and then production lighting. So, and then, anything that has to do with the classroom. So we have taken that into consideration.
I just have a question regarding the using, I guess, of any technology on the school grounds. Are we still, or are we going to require to have someone from our team present if someone's using the technology, whether it's
They
inside or
can't.
outside?
No one from another organization can use the equipment. It would have to be our people that used it, or that facilitated the use.
I just had one last question. I noticed under athletic areas it said, for example, restrooms alone are $30 per hour. So I'm assuming that would be like an extension onto renting something else.
Yeah. So if if in fact they were going to use it for, a track and field outing that usually can go all day, or we actually have had someone use our fields as a fundraiser, and at the time we really didn't have a facility that had outside restrooms, so they would have to go off campus to restaurants and coffee shops and things like that. So
Okay.
this would allow us to be all inclusive, but we have to take into consideration the fray of what that takes to clean and just the wear and tear. Because this is all new for us. I mean, several years ago when I took this over, we didn't even charge, and we still don't really charge what the buildings are worth at this point in time. It's a nominal fee, and now we have this absolutely impressive, gorgeous building, and we need to keep it pristine.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting in the time, and look forward to seeing how it's received, and once we can put it into action.
Okay. I'll keep you abreast.
Yeah, and I know, Mr. Fiola and the athletic department, we've talked about some ideas that for the front fields with regards to restrooms. So there may be some, we could talk offline, but some additions to this for some options for that, for tournaments that might happen, or if we're really going after some maybe weekend type activities.
Well, it's been great because I've been in close contact with Mr. Murphy, with Mr. Russell, with Mr. Fiola, and obviously with the athletic department. So, it's a great team, and everybody's working together and collaboratively.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diana.
Next.
And that's it for my reports.
The next item is the Human Resources Report with resignations, retirements, leave of absences, non-renewals, recalls, and terminations.
Yes, so this will be my last report as a Human Resource Director. Hopefully next month we'll have someone on board. Resignations, we have Caitlin Vellucci, math teacher, Riverside Middle School. After we hired our 2 math teachers at the high school, Kristen handed in her resignation to go out on her own, in her own business. Retirements, Wendy Coogan, math teacher, Riverside Middle School, effective 12/31/2021. Leave of absence, there are none. Non-renewals, there are none. Recalls, none. Terminations, we had 2 paraprofessionals terminated. That's Carolyn Travis, paraprofessional, East Providence High School. Right, see, I'm not a very good HR director. And the second one down there again, from Hennessy Elementary School. And that's abusive sick time there. Appointments, I'm going to read the appointments. Ashley Vargas Troche, paraprofessional, Silver Spring. Serena Hernandez, paraprofessional, Silver Spring. Ryan D. Carvalho, social worker, Silver Spring. Tracy Brum Ariel, paraprofessional, Kent Heights. Carson Cambry, math teacher, Riverside Middle School. Jessica Savago, pre-K teacher, Martin Middle School pre-K. Caitlin Stringfellow, paraprofessional, Orlo. John Capabianco, social worker for the district. Jesse Chicoyan, custodian Knights, East Providence High School. And Alyssa Oliveira, paraprofessional at Francis. And we're waiting to hear when she can start this new position, to be determined. That's it. That's it for this evening.
Do we have any information on Miss Coogan, the retiree?
We will at our next
Okay,
meeting.
so, yeah, and, yeah,
Sorry.
no, that's
They
okay,
didn't send
again,
me
yes.
any- I don't have anything in here, so no.
That's
Okay.
that interim HR,
I know.
gotta go.
It needs to go.
So, yeah, so Ms. Wendy Coogan.
We definitely
our-
will. Sharon, will you make a note of
retiring.
that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, we
That's
will do a
okay.
full bio
Yes, we
on
will.
her.
She's been a long time, very good teacher. Yes.
Yeah. Excellent, okay, thank you.
The next item is the Director of Finance report by Craig Enos.
Do we have, thank you, Sharon. So a motion to accept well, no, didn't we did get an opinion on that we no longer have to accept resignations.
Rescindments, not resignations.
So now we gotta ask, that's right, rescindments. So I have another question, and I'm gonna go back. Well, the retirements,
I think
I'm
you
okay
have-
with that.
Yeah.
But so we did get an opinion specifically on the rescindment, that we don't have to approve those.
Right.
And, again, resignations to me would fall under that, but we'll get clarification. So right now, I'll entertain a motion to accept the retirement and resignations.
I'll make the motion to accept.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Jonas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Enos?
And your determinations, you've got to vote on.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. No, that's another one.
You didn't ask that question, you only
Yeah.
asked on rescind.
Maybe on future agendas, we should get like little
I wanted you
stars
to vote on
next to the ones we have to vote on.
Yeah.
Till we get a clarification.
A motion to accept terminations, please.
I'll make that motion to accept too.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Jonas. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, and I apologize to the committee. I will get a clear opinion on all three of these as soon as tomorrow. I'm sorry, Mr. Enos. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So with regards to the monthly financial report before you, the next couple months, we're going to be looking at both the previous fiscal year that just ended and then the current fiscal year that we are in. So the third column over from the right, you will see up at the top the fiscal year 2021 expenditures. Those are the expenditures from last fiscal year. And then you can see from the second column in from the left, we have the brand new budget year. So for fiscal year 2022 year-to-date expenditures. So with regards to fiscal year 21, we still have expenses and revenue that is being booked. So we still don't have a final number at this particular point in time. We'll usually get to that probably sometime around January, February, once all of the bills have come in for the year. But just one item that I would like to note in terms of fiscal year 2021, we were able to make a $150,000 payment to our OPEB account. So OPEB is the other post-employment benefits account that we have with the Rhode Island Interlocal Risk Management Trust. We've had that for a number of years. We are responsible for looking ahead to the future to help to save money for the retirees' health insurance for down the road. And we weren't able to make contributions for a couple of years, but for this past year, we were able to make a nice sizable contribution to that account. And in terms of fiscal year 2022, right up in the first section, account number 51115, substitutes for the salary. We can see that year-to-date number of $135,628. And if you go a couple of columns over, you can see at the year-to-date 12/11/2020. So for that same time period last year at this time, we only spent $86,000. So some of that increase from the previous year is due to the number of substitutes that we've had, but also with the increases that the school committee had voted upon. This is a number that we will be tracking and keeping a very close eye on as the months go on.
Craig, question on that one, and I know that we're going to get into the substitute availability and so forth, but have you, and the answer no is acceptable, but have we calculated if we were able to fill those positions with the rate, how that would have compared against our budgeted line item?
So in the discussions that I've had in going with Karen Underwood and Marianne O'Rourke, so the answer is no. So it's still not attracting folks, and the schools have been wonderful at posting advertisements on Facebook, on Twitter. We do have people who just happen to come in, and when they find out what the rates are, they're pleasantly surprised. But they're not running in to come in and work. And I think. I'm sorry, and I think I think some of the other districts are experiencing the same thing that we are.
So appreciate the answer. Helpful. I don't think I asked the question
Okay,
properly,
I'm sorry.
but no, that's okay.
I'm
because-
sorry, because it's
No.
it's hard for me to hear. Over here, I can't hear and ringing in my ears, so it's hard for me to
and
hear.
again, I'll take that on the way that I asked the question, but that information is helpful to know. Probably would have been the second question anyway. If we were to fill those positions, I'm looking budget-wise as we go year over year, you know, how would we be sitting, and because as we prepare next year's, I mean, we're always looking at next year's budgets and needs. Would that, that 650 that we budgeted for this year, right? If I'm looking, right?
Yep, correct.
So.
Correct.
Would that be a number that we would be comfortable with repeating? Like, you know what I mean? Because, obviously we're seeing more, we've talked about it with family situations, and, for various reasons, it's unusual with the number of absences, valid absences. So I know it's a moving target.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we felt that.
Right, and we certainly if you go across on your financial report to look at the previous years, so you certainly, if we're looking at fiscal year 2020, that's a difficult year for us to look at. But when you look at fiscal year 2019, we were over $1 million.
Right.
So, and when the superintendent and I were crafting the budget and putting that number together, we knew that line item was going to be short. In hoping that, as most of the districts are doing, is any of the increases that they're doing for the substitute pay, they're taking that out of the ESSER 3 funding to help offset that. So that's our goal. So the 650 is not going to be near what we need.
Right. So and that's that's something that's key to remember, because again, the ESSER piece is only here for so long.
Yep.
And then we're back to
2024.
2024, right? The 3 years. So then we're back to our, let's expect to be back to our regular operations.
Yep.
And all of our other line items need to be prepared to adjust, to give a little, to give back to that line item, basically, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the finance report? Great, thank you. And I would ask, so with regards to items 2 and 3, the long-term teacher substitute salary and the retired teacher substitute salary, I would ask if I could move those 2 items forward to the next meeting in January, so that I can have more thorough information to provide for you.
Okay.
It's not in your package? Did you get one? Are they in the packages?
No.
Greg? Oh, I just
No.
put that. Oh, okay.
Correct.
He wants your January. He's got just a, yeah.
Understandable.
So in addition to that, right, so we did receive that absence kind of by day and by school. Is it possible to pull that report to highlight that item 2, right, the long-term teacher? Like, how many of those positions would that affect?
Sure.
I think it's right. I mean, and that's what we want to look at when we look at that piece. Like, is that the target item that we need to hit?
Yeah. So there's I can definitely work with the Human Resources Department on that.
Okay.
And in January, and actually maybe prior to, I'll have you take a look and see if it's something, if what we're going to give you would meet your needs, and then we can bring that forward for the January meeting.
I don't expect you to have this answer at all, but I would love to know how many we have retired teachers like that normally work for us, as well as, at least for the January meeting, how many long-term subs we have working for us.
Right.
And maybe a description from not us, but a principal or a assistant superintendent or superintendent on what a building-based sub does versus a long-term sub, what they're supposed to be doing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Instead of me spewing it out every time?
But a building-based sub is a sub.
Kathy, if you could use your
Excuse me. Is that, are you talking teacher or are you talking parapro?
No,
'Cause they're two.
talking teacher.
Okay. A building-based teacher is there, and they're put in the classroom. They're the first on the line to be put in a classroom to fill a classroom teacher's spot. That's their first priority in their school. So Orlo has 2 teachers. They all have 2.
But are they, but then, this is where we got into last time. They should be then being available to be the long-term sub, in my opinion, if one becomes available.
If one becomes available, they often are the long-term.
So that's kind of where I am with that.
Correct.
I'd like to know where,
Except perhaps on the high school and middle school level where you need the certification first, and they may not be certified in
That's fair
that
enough.
particular area, but in elementary, yes, and we can give you the number presently of long-term positions that we have, and they are filled at this point in time. I hate to say it, tomorrow could change, but they are filled at this particular time. Now, that number would fluctuate during the year. You know, someone comes back from their 6-week leave or
I
their
think going in
13.
January for us to get that information
can
would
get it.
help us out.
Yep, we will.
The other thing is did RIDE waive anything for people to go back? I know that they waived the retired teachers are allowed to teach all year.
Correct.
But are teachers that just have degrees, maybe in math, are they allowed to long-term in science in the middle school?
Well, if we get stuck, we put them there, yes, as a sub, because they're only a sub, and we can do that.
Double checking.
Is there any way we can get some additional information from you as you get it throughout the month of December? And so maybe we can meet up again to kind of revisit this topic, just because I know that we are in dire need of more substitutes. So that's my only worry, is that if we keep waiting and then, wait till, kind of mid-January, I don't know. I'm trying to, make sure that we're being.
Absolutely.
Through the chair?
Please.
I have been contacted by at least a dozen retired East Providence school teachers who are ready, willing, and able to come back. And they're looking for clarification from the administration and this school committee. Now, I know we go on vacation in another week or so maybe that's why we're putting it off again, but, that says to me that we're gonna keep on going the way we're going with the absentees that we have, the absent teachers, the absent paraprofessionals. So maybe I'm just looking at it incorrectly, but it sure looks like we haven't been doing anything for the last several months to really address this problem. So, and it looks like now we won't be addressing it until January at the earliest. So here we go.
So do we have a number of retired teachers that are currently working in our schools?
We would have that, yes. Right now, are you talking presently in
Presently,
or regularly
like working,
being
like
called?
working tomorrow.
Well, it's hard to say working tomorrow, but I think that right now, we probably only have about, five that regularly come in, okay, regularly.
a
Now,
long
would
list of-
we have more? Possibly.
And these are East Providence retired teachers that that we'd like to change their pay, or are they all retired teachers?
I think that most districts, if they have a separate pay scale, they're retired from the district that they're coming back to. Not just retired teachers,
So my
period.
understanding, it would be East
Just
Providence
East Providence.
retired.
Right, retired people.
East
Yeah.
Providence retired.
So
It
they
just-
know the
that's why I'm,
system,
Yeah.
they know the schools.
okay.
Many of them probably know the
Right.
the administration, building, possibly.
I'll just give you an example. Johnston has a $100 a day rate. For their retirees, it's $200 to $250 a day for retired Johnston teachers to come in and sub.
And is this a normal rate or is this a COVID rate?
No, some don't have it at all. Some don't have anything for retired teachers.
But is this right now, are they upping it because of COVID or
Oh,
is
did
this
they
the
up it?
normal?
Some are.
That's a
Some
number
are.
that we got in.
Some are.
Some are, some aren't.
So,
Yeah.
so it's a temporary,
Retired.
you know,
Providence is
maybe gets
244.
extended
Yep.
or,
Pawtucket is
I think
225.
my colleague in Pawtucket had mentioned that that pre-COVID for their retirees it was 175, and then they upped it for during COVID up to 225. So
you know, to Charlie's point, I share your sentiments on that, right? Like we keep,
If we don't take any
And,
action, we probably
you know,
don't have a problem then, do we?
yeah, we're nudging it every month,
Oh, I'd like to see.
down, you know, so,
And we've been discussing it for the last like 2 months, I believe, so it's.
Right, it
Yeah.
seems like as school committee members, one of our biggest roles is really just waiting for information as opposed to having it and being able to, you know, act on it. So I think if I could just request that as we get information, you know, it's sent to all of us, so that way, you know, the sooner we get it, the sooner we can, you know, vote to
But
approve.
this, Max, with all respect, this isn't brain surgery. These numbers are in front of us. They've been in front of us, and the superintendent has put them in front of us. So to me, if we're not taking action, then we don't have a problem. So that's the message that we're sending. We don't have an urgent problem.
Right, and I fully support taking action. It's just, you know, a matter of we have to see the numbers as well, but do we have at least a basic understanding of what the general numbers would be for us to vote on?
Craig just gave me this today. Craig just gave me this today. So, as I said, Craig, do you have it in front of you, your sheet of paper?
I gotta get my
We
computer.
have Newport,
know
the
you
rate
said-
is $100 a day. Sub-teachers receive tiered bonuses every 30 days worked. So they don't have anything specific for people from, that retired from Newport. Westerly is $120 a day, their rate, nothing for retired. Cranston's $225 a day. Johnston, I told you, $100 a day. Retirees make between $200 and $250 a day. So there's a big difference there. Cumberland, $150 a day. Burrillville, $120 a day. Retirees make $5 more per hour in Burrillville. North Smithfield, $150 a day. West Warwick, $200 a day. Jamestown, $125 a day. East Providence, we're at $125 a day. We go up to $175, isn't it? That's what you approved several meetings ago, but we start at $125 a day. We have nothing for returning retirees. Providence, $225 a day. And then for returning retirees is $244 a day. Pawtucket is $225 for both.
so,
And he asked for more, he asked, Craig, Mr. Enos asked for more time because that's all the districts that responded to him. So we're talking about districts that have a special set of numbers for retirees and those that don't. I do know there are a few retirees that are working in Providence now because of the higher rate and would love to come back to East Providence. I do know two that that have talked to me about that and have said, hey, I'm in Providence, I'm earning more a day. So, so that's where we're at with that.
so if we have nothing extra for retirees at this point,
No.
and we're at 175.
No,
We're
we're
at
at
125, and then it bumps to 175
Right.
after
So many days, correct.
So if we started at 170, I'm just throwing this out there. If we started at 175 for retired teachers, and they worked 5 days a week for the rest of this, and we just did this to the end of the school year, and see how it goes from there, see how many more we get as a trial run, and they worked 5 days a week, all the way through. Then if you took a teacher who worked, if Joe Schmo off the street comes in, they make $125 a day. If my math is right, which I'll just let someone else do it to just make sure, we're not talking that much difference. I mean, we're talking a difference for the person doing the job.
Well, they might not work every single day from now until
Well,
the
I'm-
end of the year, but they would work.
I'm saying the worst scenario
Yeah.
for financial reasons, if
Yeah.
they do.
Yep. If you started them at 175,
Correct.
you want to keep it, are you thinking keeping it at 175, or do you want to go up after so many days like we did with a regular sub that started at 125, and then after, it was it 30 days, we went up to 150, and then we went up to 175?
And those are consecutive, correct?
Yeah, so you
Correct.
could, you could do a tiered
Yep.
Yeah, you
model.
could do a tiered, starting at, as Jessica said, 175. After 30 days, you could do 200. And then after 60 days, you could do 225, and you'd be in line with Pawtucket, Providence
875 times 40 weeks left.
on
I'd
the
like to
high
put that in the
side.
form of a motion, please.
We're not on that. That's my only problem. I was just kind of throwing.
So-
it
I
out.
mean,
so-
I mean,
So,
let's take action.
so, this, we'll get there. Question though, and it goes back to what Ms. Bouchane had said earlier, that I want to take into consideration and make sure that we're doing, is our building-based subs. You know, so if we have a sub that comes in and they're getting extended and they ultimately get to that,
175?
175 or more, how is that comparing to, like, making sure that that building base gets that opportunity if they're certified? Because,
To take the long term,
yes.
I would assume that they would be anyway. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah, well, and I know, because you brought it up, and I was wondering, and it really, we didn't get closure, at least I didn't hear a clear, that's the protocol that we follow. That we give consideration to our building base when a long-term opens up, if they're certified to take it. That way, especially if it's going to equate to a higher per day, per diem rate.
I don't have a problem with that. I just think we need more people.
Yeah.
We can't just stop at the building base. We need to get more people.
No, so I'm trying to be all-inclusive with this as we do it, right? Because I don't want to, but you alienate one by addressing, the one that's here every day. You don't want to alienate, and you want to talk about morale and people being reliable and dependable, and how it reflects on, their interaction with the students. I just want to be considerate of that opportunity. if we're
Think
gonna-
of it this way, that building-based sub is here every single day, no matter what. So they start at 125. After 30 days, that building-based sub goes up to 150. They're guaranteed, remember, they are guaranteed to work the whole year. So they're going to get up there.
But they're not on
Whether they're long-term or not, they're going to get to that point.
Okay,
Okay.
so we can revisit that.
Yep.
And
the long-term one too.
in the interest, without, I mean, we can do a motion or not, but in the interest of emergence, we'll move that up, Mr. Jonas, and I'll entertain your motion. I know we're not going to go through the formalities of moving that up, but we'll entertain your motion on that action. If we can restate those numbers so that Sharon has them.
I said 175. This is for retired East Providence teachers. 175, 200, and 225. So after 30 days, right?
Yeah,
No, starting, and then after 30 days, 200, after 60 days, 225.
correct.
Yeah. And
That-
I would ask that we keep track to see how many more retired teachers from now until, I don't know, March that we get. And I also would like this just to the end of the school year, and then we'll revisit it, and if it worked, it worked, and we may have just solved a big issue here in East Providence.
So if,
Yeah.
Mr. Jonas, if that suits you, then.
That
we'll-
suits me.
So
That's
we'll
good.
consider that a second to Mr. Jonas's motion under the terms that Ms. Bouchane specified.
Just to the end of the school year, just Yes,
Yeah.
and revisit, not
revisit.
necessarily ending it, just revisit.
Looking at the numbers, the data.
And if we can, well, I'll get to that. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? So that motion carries. And thank you, Mr. Jonas, for driving that forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sharon, could you, I understand that the motion included, that we would revisit at the end of the year, but I think you kind of alluded to this. I would like to get feedback February, March on
Numbers.
those numbers.
Yep.
The variance of, the delta in that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We will.
Yes, please.
We'll give it to the new HR director.
Yep, thought that same thing. Welcome. Are we holding off on the other one, though? The long-term one still? We're doing the long. Oh, we're gonna hold off.
The long-term substitute teacher is usually someone that's already in the district, to take the long-term position. So they're probably at this point already at 125, but they get to that 175 very quickly at the present time. Sometimes the long-term sub even gets to 135 days, and you have to give them step, because that teacher could be out for most of the school year. And so then by law, that's not our law, if a teacher works consistently for 135 days, they have to go on step 1 in any district, whatever the step 1 pay is.
And then they also have to perform the duties of said teacher.
Correct.
Instead of substitute lesson plans.
Yep.
So I think that's where we need to revisit this.
Okay.
Until we have, I'd like, once again, somebody other
Let me give
than.
you the numbers for the long-term first, okay?
Long-term and what their job description
Yeah.
entails per school, like, so, they obviously are, you have to go to IEP meetings. If you're a substitute, you go to IEP meetings, you
Go to faculty meetings.
go to faculty meetings.
You do
You go
lesson
to
plans, yes.
dances and
You do
and
everything.
plays.
Okay. So we'll revisit that one.
What's he saying?
Microphone.
My microphone?
So we'll revisit that one.
Okay, terrific. We'll bring it back with the number that we have in district now.
Like, what's he saying? It's you.
Okay. So that's, so I will, I'll entertain a motion to table the long-term teacher substitute salary. Right? I believe that's
Correct.
where we're at for that one.
Yes, correct.
14 break?
So that's at 10:03.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
10-2.
I will make a motion to table the long-term teacher substitute salary until we have a little more data.
And I'll amend that to be for the January meeting.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a motion to table the long-term to the January meeting. Do I have a second?
Discussion?
Please.
Superintendent, you're good with this?
Yes, that's fine. Mm-hmm. The long-term subs, yep, because they're good.
With tabling
We
the
get
motion?
them. We've got it all covered, yep, so,
Okay.
yep.
Thank you.
I'm just going to get you some more data.
I'll second.
So we have a second by Mr. Brando, motion by Ms. Bochet, second by Mr. Brando. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And again, I appreciate everybody's discussion. It's tough, right? Because we don't want to spend where it's not going to give us the impact. And we definitely, we have to, we've got to be we should have had that information 2 months ago. I mean, we shouldn't still be waiting to put together, and I understand we've got, HR
Issues.
so we'll be in better shape potentially
Yes.
at the end of this meeting.
And I'm not saying, long-term teachers do deserve more money. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that.
We just got to know what that target is.
Correct.
Right.
Not just gonna throw out numbers.
Okay. Next item, please.
I'll take, oh, whoops.
The next item is the Policy Committee report by Jessica Beauchesne.
That just passed today.
Okay. Can I make a request?
You can make any request you like. What would you like?
And I did have a conversation with Diane on this.
Yep.
I'd like to look at, on our residency policy,
Oh, you have it down.
and I spoke with the superintendent and checked with legal. I'd like to put a little bit more, little bit of weight to the affidavit channel of residency verification. You know, for those that don't have the documents in their own name because maybe they're staying with family, what have you. Right now, they sign, the property owner can sign an affidavit saying that that person lives there. However, right now, as I recall, the affidavit itself does not state any financial consequence to basically falsifying that document.
Okay.
So, you know, there's no risk in falsifying that, costing the district, you know, thousands of dollars. So, you know, I just think that we can put a little bit of that, because, you know, our building admins and central admin are spending a lot of work, not just Diana's office. I mean, you guys, you know, they get the brunt of it, but then during the school year, they're doing a lot of like chasing and he said, she said, but if there's no weight behind it, I wouldn't,
Yeah.
but you know what I mean?
How do we enforce that? If we do put,
So it would require, you know, you still would have to go through the motions to verify that they're not living where the affidavit states. But once it's verified by, you know, an official agent, then the action can be pursued as it would be stated in the affidavit. If it's, you know, again, let's say you'll be held liable for the annual cost of educating a child. Something to that effect, because it's too easy, and you know, we're trying to, we're talking about all these resources that we're screaming to find for our students. You know, I think we can just that little adjustment might help.
okay, so do you want to bring that forward in January, but with the adjustment on the bottom?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
look at it. You know, we'll talk about it and.
Could Ben see if it's
Yeah, 'cause
legal?
I'd
Yeah.
like to know how you would get the money from the person.
Well, that's
I
a
mean,
whole other.
Would you have to bring them to
whole other
court?
thing.
How would we
Yeah.
proceed like that? But I mean,
That's-
I have
yeah.
no problem. I think that's a good idea. But
Okay.
And did our attorney say that we could make that additional line in that
Yes.
affidavit? He said.
Yes. The other thing is not necessarily, well, it's more procedural, so not necessarily, but policy related, if we could look at that, and I'll talk to you more on that. So. Okay. Next item, please.
Next item is the Building Committee report by Joel Montero.
This will be,
start with the building.
I believe, brief. And you all, I think you all have a copy of that, but a temporary certificate of occupancy will, the current one will expire February 1st. It will be extended. Speaking with the AHJ fire marshal, basically we'll continue with temporary certificate of occupancy until the project, like the fields, are complete. There are two different ways that that can happen. In some projects, the local agency will give a full certificate of occupancy just for the building, and that's all they're worried about. But in East Providence, our agency, and it's neither right or wrong, but they prefer to wait until essentially substantial completion of the entire campus. So we'll see those temporary certificate of occupancies extended by them until the fields are done. Commissioning is still going on with the heating and cooling system. We have library shelving coming in, library shelves, there's furniture that's still coming in. Fitness room, I know there's photos in here, but if you get an opportunity to go through and see the fitness room, that equipment came in last week.
Yeah.
And it's amazing, it's ridiculous, and I do want to state publicly, because I've been asked by staff, thank you, Ben, there is a plan by the district and the building administration to have accessibility to the fitness room for our employees. You know, they've got to work out hours and so forth, but it is absolute. I mean, they're chomping.
We're hoping to do it right after the first of the year.
Right after the first of the year.
Just gonna cement some
Right.
scheduling from athletics, right, Tony? Yeah. So that the
So-
kids aren't in there afterwards, yeah.
Again, we're about just under 89% complete on the project, going through punch list. That everything just continues to go through. Again, I said commissioning phase work. So out front, you can see that if you're looking from the street into the building, that leveled off area to the left, that'll be your baseball field with your oversized outfield. You can see I keep forgetting you've got pictures behind me. So yeah, retaining wall, baseball, so yeah, you can kind of scroll, Ben, as I kind of speak from memory. From the street looking in, again, that field to the left is your baseball with an oversized outfield for soccer. And then you can see the retaining wall with a ramp and a square cement pad. That is where the new clock tower will be erected. On the opposite side, so again, to the right, if you're facing the building from the street, will be a softball field with oversized outfield for soccer. Both fields will be turf, artificial turf except for pitching mounds, and they will both have removable outfield fencing, so that, again, use of the soccer fields, and then easily set up. We just chose the fencing last week, which can be pulled by a tug. It's on wheels and set in place, so easy to move. So the ability to have multiple rentals in a single day for different sports on those fields will be very, very capable, very doable. Project, again, financially, I'm kind of doing an overview here, but we're in great shape. Great news on the asbestos in the old building. That was finally reported yesterday. We probably, that number was probably close to $500,000, right? That came back, that we budgeted for asbestos abatement, but we didn't need because it had been abated earlier. And you know, Tony Fiola had told the Gilbane and everyone that it had been abated, but there was no record of it. Go figure, in East Providence. But sure enough, when they did start to rip down the ceiling in the auditorium and some of the tiles in the hallways and realized that it didn't exist, the savings was significant. But we budgeted for it anyway, which was the right thing to do. So again, we just financially we continue to move in the right direction. There's pictures there of the Library Media Center with the soft seating. I've seen, you know, literally like close to 100 kids in there between, you know, 2-3 classrooms at a time, plus some independent students just finding space to do some independent work. That's the greenhouse. So again, you have that report there. I don't want to go into the fine details, but if there's any questions. you know, and as things are going, we're still at that point where we're speaking with faculty about just the daily operations of the building, some things that could be added. Gymnasium, for example, we're looking at acoustical control measures in there because it gets a little loud. Again, financially being in a position where we can entertain that and go down that path. So you might see some changes in the gym with regards to that. Bleachers at the baseball and softball fields. Yeah, so, and to your point, so the baseball field had bleachers on both the home and visitor side. And actually, the baseball field, on both sides, you have a pitching bullpen and batting cages. Those are you'll see the foundations on each side. You have bleachers on each side. The softball field initially had bleachers on the home side, and we added, for equity. It was kind of like, you know, when it was laid out, and no knock to the designers, but just, I guess, fields in the past, it's, you know, softball wasn't the draw, and they weren't so concerned, but.
You obviously don't know about the townies here.
Right, so it was, as soon as the layout was put in front of the subcommittee and the building committee, was the first thing, as we're looking at the drawings, we said, wait a minute, how come there's no square on this side? So, yeah, that was an easy add. So again, those fields will be turf, those fields will have light, scoreboards. Scoreboards will be positioned, at least on the baseball field at least, and I believe on the softball field as well, I have to verify, but they'll be positioned to be used for both soccer as well. So recreational soccer will have the ability to use, yeah, so both, thank you. So both fields will have multi-use scoreboards. So and we'll just continue to see that. Actually, it's a timeline, and I know you probably already hit it. So turf field 2, so that's that baseball field. That's continuing this week. So probably by the end of December, weather permitting, you'll see lights going up around that baseball field. The foundations are in, but the field, the perimeter will be pretty much set. And the foundations for the lighting on the softball field, the bases have started to go in. So it'll start to move, weather permitting, the month of January, you'll start to see that second field take shape as well. So, okay.
So as far as like supply chain and shipments, there's still no concerns about not getting like necessities or things that are needed?
We're seeing delays still in, like I said, the fitness center just came in last week. There's some furniture that was ordered after the fact, some extra chairs and so forth, again, as we're operating, so there's some delay in getting that. But for critical items for the project, there's no delay in the project moving forward. You'll see, case in point, we talk about the two freestanding posts on the north and south end of the building. You see the stone base with the steel pole. That's going to receive a metal cutout sign that will signify athletics and performing arts, backlit. So there's a delay on that because they're custom and with the lighting and so forth, but nothing critical to, most importantly, teaching and learning.
Right.
But COVID's definitely weighing in.
Okay. And I just had one more question, and I know it's a sensitive subject, but I'm just bringing it up because, just from my own personal knowledge, and also because I get asked it at least once or twice every month. And I know we already went over how the eventual long-term maintenance plan for the high school, you know, we're going to start by submitting the documents to the private company, I believe, that's going to eventually draft the plan to maintain it. So I was just wondering if there was a time frame that's been more developed since then, or if we're still waiting on those documents.
So, yeah, so the maintenance plan, we have more to it now with Chris Murphy as far as the day-to-day. and the scheduling of the staff and monitoring that to see how staff is allocated and positioned. While the commissioning is going on, we still don't have possession of those documents that you speak of. In addition to that, what will also affect that maintenance plan is the committee with the available funds is also, and I may have mentioned this before, but is also looking at extended warranties, service contracts through the manufacturer. And if we don't have prices on that, but if it makes sense to do that and buy that now, then that will impact when we implement, any services that we actually execute, because, while it's under warranty or a contract like that, there's really can't touch much. Yeah. So, and those are those are kind of the moving pieces.
Okay.
But the day-to-day stuff, that's being tweaked by Mr. Murphy and Mr. Fiola's team and the union monitoring, and the building administration, seeing how the resources for the day-to-day services are being managed and where they need to be assigned, reassigned, adjusted, including manpower.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Next item.
The next item is discussion items.
First one is, so I know it's going to say final design for coaches recognition space. I'll actually kind of state that that's probably pending our pricing and anything that may tweak, but most of you have seen this photo, which so this would be that the coaches recognition space just inside the main gates is that stone pillar that resembles a clock tower. And if you scroll this a closer look, again, just a rendition, you look, we don't have dimensions on it, but I figure that's about 7 to 8 feet tall. And then here's the more recent with some kind of branding on it. It'll be tweaked, but the intention is for it to say Townie Pride on the front, the left and right side, and on the agenda, the naming, so the naming of Sandy Gorham Tower of Honor, and it's tough, but basically the description below that explains who would be eligible, if you will, in brief, honoring championship coaches who provide our youth with quality mentorship, guidance, and valuable life experiences. And talking with quite a few people, and I agree with the next step, the appropriate step in my opinion, and others would be the actual criteria to, I think the two individuals that we're speaking of are, in my opinion, I don't mind saying automatics, from setting, from more than exceeding that bar. But the criteria I think should be formulated by a committee with the AD's office and anybody else. Definitely, I don't want to be the say there, but I think it needs to be a high bar, and not just a, I've said, we don't want the, well, he or she was a great coach, used to pick me up and drop me off for practice every day, and like that's the extent of it. I think it's got to be something that people strive for. And again, if you look at the two individuals that are being considered tonight, I would want to, definitely wouldn't want to water down, the class that they are held in, is what I would think to be appropriate. So anyway, so this is how that tower would be designed. I would shift, my suggestion to the architect would be that description would actually go up near the top, and then any and all names would fall below that description. And obviously you have two large sides, and then if need be a third side, if we're fortunate enough to have that many significant coaches. And again, I think that this should be coaches that are operating in that space. You know, sports that operate in that space, but again, that's not for me to decide. So.
Not to, I don't know how to say this, not to change the subject, but can we have something like that in the school that says championship of teaching? Oh. So like, if we had something like that that had like educators, championship of educators. I mean, I'm a huge sports fan, humongous, but, you know, I just think that,
I think that's
I mean, they're always honored. I mean, it's just so, I love it and I think it's great, but I'm sure all of us in our heads could sit here and name that one person that changed our lives and they taught in a school. And I just, I love it and I think it's great. And I think maybe we should take that idea and do the same thing.
Maybe there could be like a duplicate one for educators at the outside at the front entrance.
I don't know, I just think I think it's something, we have the Hall of Fame, and so I just think it would be a good idea to just have a discussion on.
So
before we run out of extra money.
Yeah. So on this here, and again, and I know I stated it earlier, the driver for this was to create a space, you know, where we received a request for two former coaches from in championship level, I believe. I've got to look at that paper, but I believe as head coach, Coach String won 2 state championships and then 6 total, including his assistant coach. And Coach Gorham won 5 as a head coach. And I don't know, you know, what, if any, he had as an assistant. So, you know, when you look at that caliber of coaching, that's what I say on this, you know, I would think that anyone that would stand, be recognized in that group, I would hope that a committee would create a criteria that reflects the accomplishments of the 2 individuals that are being considered here. But it was my intention to preserve the campus for as much as possible for generations to follow, while still honoring you know, those that are worthy of being remembered and recognized. And and I say it was, I can't even say it was mine bringing forward, but it was actually something that was suggested to me by a couple individuals independently. So and it just seemed to make sense. So.
That's great.
Any questions or thoughts on the design? And I'll kind of qualify where it says final design for coaches recognition space. What I would propose for this committee is that once the final design is priced and, you know, availability and all those typical steps of the procedure are finalized, then it would come here again, just kind of as a, you know, check the box that what's being delivered is what the committee expects.
Oh, does that give you the size of it?
Yeah, so if you go back, the people show you
Yeah,
how tall
like
it's gonna be.
Woman standing.
Yeah, like it looks like they're figuring like 7, 8.
I think that's
Yeah,
why they use
yeah,
the
yeah.
personal
Just to
thing.
give you a reference, but
Yeah.
because they haven't given us, you know,
Tell right
specs on that.
No.
But you can tell in the next one.
And that was, and I think I talked about this maybe individually with you. You know, when we went to the architects and said, you know, this is our intention, is to create a space where we can honor these individuals and others. You know, I'm thinking like a flower bed, like in the corner with a stone or something, So when they came back with this, right inside that main gate, it was, and in the shape of the clock tower, none of which was, like, he was given no guidance whatsoever, the young man, and so I thought he hit it off well. So, without any questions on that, next one goes into the naming of the coach's recognition space for John Sandy Gorham. Again, you'll see on that those photos there, the naming Sandy Gorham Tower of Honor with that description below that kind of explains who those individuals are and would be to take up that space and their impact on the community.
A question?
Yes.
Okay, I was not aware until you just said it, that the tower itself is going to be named the Sandy Gorham Tower?
Yeah, this was the second, the first vote was naming of that space after John Sandy Gorham, of that.
Well, that was my question about the space. Back at the beginning of the meeting, until I saw that, I didn't realize we were doing the Sandy Gorham Tower. Now, how does that differentiate Coach Stringfellow from Coach Gorham? Or does that separate them?
Well, below that, they would both be listed with their championship dates. And I think one of those images shows, because at the time we didn't have the Stringfellow request when AI3 wrote that up. So you would have a naming, and then any coaches would be equally listed with their however dates. And again, those details on the wording are still to be determined, but at a minimum, I think we can expect that it would have their years of head coach championship titles. And again, whether it's a soccer coach that meets the criteria that are set, that's a soccer stadium as well. And what I was, so that's
My
the intention.
understanding, excuse me, that we would just have the names of the coaches rather than naming the tower after a certain coach. Now I understand, I guess.
Yes, and the I don't want to call it the argument, the rationale that was brought to me in this request, and again, and I hate that this keeps going one versus the other, but the rationale was that there was no space in the city that bore the name, and I didn't play for Sandy, obviously I'm too old, but that bore the name of the winningest coach in the city. And so they said, the one was recognized at the field that where they coached, and the other one had no recognition, nothing in their name, which is why they came for the field, to which my rebuttal to that was, that's not the field where you coached or played, and can we save some of this campus for, as I stated earlier, would you be willing to entertain a designated space, to honor that person? And they very, I don't want to say quickly, but yeah, they said, yeah, that makes sense. I understand where you're going with that, to preserve the field. So that's how that came about. Otherwise, it wouldn't have existed.
Thank you.
And, and the thought was that, well, I understand the city, because the city owns Pierce Field, the city had to do the naming for the other gentleman, for Coach Stringfellow, and deservingly so. I looked, and this gave us an opportunity, in my opinion, and the opinion of those that I spoke with, gives the opportunity to recognize Mr. Stringfellow, Coach Stringfellow here, while still being named on the field that he coached and youth will still play. Because the question was, I've never seen a city where someone has 2 spaces named after them. So those are some of the arguments that we're saying, okay, what's the solution? How do we, where's the equity and how do we get but still honor and recognize, so.
Well, I respect both men. I'm not.
Yeah, no, it's like I say, and that's right. My brother played for Coach Stringfellow, and and that's the extent of any connection that I've had with any of them. So, other than the fact that obviously Coach Gorham recently retired, so I guess I did know him as an employee for a little bit, but yeah, just trying to find a solution that balances the request. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Next item.
Next item is is it the 2022 school committee meeting schedule?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and I just had a question on that. Do you want me to ask it now or?
On the schedule?
Yep.
Or, yeah, please.
So, and this happened basically at the beginning of this year, but I had a few people, well, 2 of them reach out to me, and I think it was the second meeting that was posted on the schedule, and they asked me why there wasn't a school committee meeting happening. So I was just wondering if we could get like an asterisk next to the second meeting of each month and maybe, put like a little legend on the bottom or something that just says, that this meeting only happens if we need it to happen, because I think it confuses a lot of people and sometimes it confuses me.
Yeah,
So I
that
think it
makes
would just be a necessary step to take, so that way we see the date is still there, but we know that it's not an actual meeting unless we, need to have it.
Right.
Sharon has to post this January 1st on the Attorney General's website, so that's why it's in your packet now.
We can approve it with
Every
You gotta use a
January.
microphone. Your microphone. Listen, the world wants to hear you. You want a clip? You want
Not
mine?
now, I don't think so.
Here, you want mine?
Yes.
Sharon, question though, because Max
Can we amend it?
makes a good point. So, because we
Yes,
approve
you
it
can.
as, as an official schedule, you've got to post it on the SOS site, but there's no way to signify them as alternatives or
Well, we could add it at the bottom if you like, but we don't necessarily have to have a meeting if I don't post it. That's the rule.
But as far as where the schedule is posted, the schedule itself,
It's an annual calendar for the year.
right, and you can't,
It can change.
So maybe what you want to do is just post your meeting once a month. And then if you need the second meeting,
It'll be a
we used to have to post it like this because we have to reserve the city hall.
Right.
We don't have to reserve it anymore. We're in here. It would be
Right.
open.
right.
Maybe that's the way to do it, Max or Joel? What do you
That's
think,
true, and plus it
Jessica?
could be a different week too, so.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as we have the first one on there.
First one of the month.
Yeah, because I think the second one just confuses a lot of people, and I can
Okay.
only
No, I
think of
agree.
like, 1 or 2 where we've actually had the second
Yes,
one.
we did. So let's go back to that, and that'll be less confusing, and then we can always add that.
I know we have to put a start time for the open session, but I kind of like it when you just say open after, I don't know how to word it right.
Yeah, it's just as immediately following
Right,
executive session.
but I know we have to have start time, correct?
Right.
We have to have a start time. So if it starts
Well-
at 6:30, open session, we don't have to have the bottom line afterwards, right?
Right, so like the way that it's written tonight,
Right.
where it was executive at 5:30 and then immediately
Perfect.
following,
Right.
you know,
We don't always have an executive Right, exactly.
Right.
So can we just eliminate that?
Take out that often.
Yeah, yep,
That's the way it used to be.
yep. We open and then go to executive. That's what we do.
What are you removing? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Often preceded by executive session at 6. Because we have to open the meeting anyway at 6:30,
Yeah.
and then we go into executive,
Right.
so that's,
Yeah.
then,
So go to the way we're doing it tonight.
right, with no
Immediately
set
follow.
time.
Yeah.
We can text.
Do a start time for an open session?
Yeah, open session at 6:30.
Okay.
Yeah, and Joel or the chair opens it, and then if we have executive, we go. If not, we stay. Yes.
I'm taking that out.
Okay.
Post this at the beginning of.
Yep.
All right.
We already did that.
Any other questions or comments on the 2022 school committee meeting schedule? No? Okay. Next item I actually hit on with the policy. I apologize for jumping the gun on that one. And I'm sorry, Max, I know I'm stealing your job.
Sorry. So we're on the residency verification procedures.
Yeah, so I hit that already with the policy committee report.
Okay, so website navigation by Ms. Pochane.
Okay. Due to the fact that it's almost 10 o'clock, and I really do want to talk to you about this, I just want to see if you could just put one thing up for me. The most asked question that I get is, how do I find Anna Clarkin's phone number? They don't know what she does or who she does, where it is. Just find it for me as fast as you can, and so that I can tell people exactly what I'm doing. They don't know her role, by the way. They just want her phone number.
So
And then I will meet with you and tell you about all the other stuff that I have trouble finding, but this is the major one.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and anytime you want to meet to discuss the
Yeah.
website, we are always looking for input from anyone. That's always open. So yeah, under the faculty and staff tab, there is a staff directory area. We don't list individual names and numbers. We list departments in this area here. So we have the business department.
It's under transportation, but they don't want transportation.
And attendance and.
They want building rentals, so it's all, so they don't.
Oh, they want building rentals.
So that's my point. They don't know who they're calling. They just know the name, and I'm trying to tell them where to go. So.
Oh, you got attendance and registration, building rentals, and.
Why don't we put names if we put schools with their names? I know you have a reason.
This is a long-standing one that we've got a lot of requests to put people's names, emails, and phone numbers on our websites.
Yeah.
And it's a common problem that what happens is that those become targets for attacks. This is a bigger issue. We had an incident happen where the high school, the information that was on their website, which is very helpful for those who are looking to look for individuals at the high school, was used as a targeted. Fortunately, nothing happened, but those types of attacks happen all the time. So we try not to list too much individualized information from our staff on our websites. But we certainly, our objective is to say, if you have a transportation issue, you contact the transportation department. All of our departments, if you call the main number, 383-2224, all of them are listed in the auto attendant with an option for 1 through 9 that will get you directly to that department as well. All those extensions there are where that directs you to.
But Ben, was there building rentals up there?
Yeah, rentals was on the list.
It's a different number, though. I just tell everyone to go to district info, and because I think faculty and staff as faculty and staff. I think district info is where you get all your information. So like, I mean, it's
We
just,
could easily add the calling directory there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we'll talk. Based on time, there was a lot, but that is, I get that 2-3 times a month, all year round. And now I'm like, literally, it's a tab on my phone. Here it is.
Yeah,
So
no,
I can tell
absolutely.
you
And like I said, anytime that stuff comes up, we're always available to make edits and adjustments to improve the access to the website for sure.
Ben,
Of course.
There was, I thought a while back, we were moving to put all of the schools on the same template, if you will, to have consistency of, function and, kind of paths.
Yep. So we did after that discussion, all of the schools were given a template for it's a Google site that they're using as a format, and that they could build their website off of that. So they were all using a similar template from the get-go. The high schools is, because of the amount of content, it's a busier website in general, but they're all using the underlying format.
And are they straying off, and I'll have to go play around, but what I'm wondering is that if I have a child in an elementary school, in a middle school, and then eventually at high school, as interacting with those websites, are they similar in the location of information? Are we asking that the schools follow some basic layout, so that as a parent I don't have to remember, oh yeah, at this school that information's under this link or this, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's good feedback. We have not provided any guidance as to how they would build out after we provided the template for the Google site, but we could certainly do that. It could be an additional conversation. If there's any specific information that the families are looking for to have in specific places, we can easily architect their websites around that.
Okay. Any other questions? And Jess, thanks for.
Well, there's still more, but
Yeah,
at
no,
10 o'clock
yeah.
at night?
It's not midnight yet.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Next item, please.
The next item is action items, starting with consider and vote to approve bill list.
Have questions or comments on the bill list?
I'll move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Chonis. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is consider and vote to approve contract for human resource director.
So a motion.
I'll move to approve a contract for Human Resource Director according to the changes made by the committee.
And Sharon, you have those? Okay. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanera. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item is consider and vote to approve 2022 school committee meeting schedule.
I'll make a motion to approve with those changes.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Boshain, second by Mr. Brandel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Did Max skip one?
No, so we, the,
Retired teacher
the-
one?
so we already did retired teacher during the discussion.
Voted it?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And then the long term, we
Right.
kicked.
Yeah, okay. Must have been back.
No, thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is consider and vote to approve 2021-2022 EPLAC board and voting members.
So, motion by Ms. Boshain,
Please, since they took me
Second.
off for voting.
second by Ms. Azanera. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Next item is consider and vote to approve the final design for coaches recognition space.
Do we have a motion? And again, the final will come for.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanera. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Consider and vote to approve the naming of the coaches recognition space for John Sandy Gorham.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Chonis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanaro. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And we handled 9 already. Coach Stringfellow. So,
Can we do it 10 through 16?
yes. So Craig, if you could run through 10 through 16, so we'll do the construction and the FF&E.
Sure. AI3 basic services, $29,484.68. AI3 extra services, $176,000. AI3 reimbursable services, $3,850. Gilbane Building Company, $1,432,885.68. Peregrine Group LLC, $59,000. Stephen Turner Inc., $6,798.60. Thelsch Engineering, $3,095 for a total of $1,711,113.96. FF&E, B&H Photo, $2,800.42. BSN Sports, $2,776.83. Certified Connections, $3,396.84. CSE Installations, $14,500. General Woodworking, $729. Johnson Scientific, $78,546.58. Kittredge, $842.83. Lab Conco, $3,480.43. Newark, $6,171.20. NextGen, $16,716.36. Robert H. Lord, $98,816. Sergeant Welch, $20,334.73. Shootaway, $6,855. Trimark, $15,882.10. And WB Mason, $251,945.19 for a total of $523,793.51.
Thank you, Craig. And these were all vetted and approved at last night's building committee meeting. Do I have Craig, actually, I have just 1 second. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion to approve invoices for items 10 through 16.
We have a motion by Mr. Brandel. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Azanaro. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And before we go to the next item, only because we just did it last night and we don't have a bill for it yet, but could you, do you remember the amount that we awarded last night for, and well, you can explain what we.
Sure. So the building committee, in the beginning of the school year, had decided as one of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment items that they wanted to address was the band equipment here at the high school. The band equipment was, most of it was in very rough shape. The music department staff has done over the years just a great job at trying to keep the instruments together and in one piece and fixed. And so the building committee authorized me to go out to bid for new band equipment for the high school. We did that, and last night we reviewed the results. And we have approximately 3 vendors that we are going towards and awarding this project to. And so the total for the project is roughly about $231,000. It's going to be a great investment in the marching band. It's going to be a great investment for the music program here at the high school.
And we have, so we have new band equipment coming to the high school, and I actually saw Marissa today, who's, obviously excited, and, talked about the repurposing, right?
Yep.
And the fact that she had already identified the items that were capable of refurbishing and repurposing both to the middle school and also to our elementary musical education program. So this investment in the high school is going to pay dividends to the other levels of our schools as well. So, and she was, she had those things. She says, "Oh yeah, I've had them tagged. I knew what we could put right back in action, or that needed a little TLC and put it back in action." So,
Yep.
I'm excited for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So see, it's not just about sports. Next item, please.
Next item is item 17, consider and vote to approve LEAP MOU between RIDE and East Providence School Department.
Do you have a motion?
I will make a motion because this is a good thing, right? Positive.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Boshain, a second by Ms. Azanaro. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
You have to sign it.
Next item, please.
Next item is item 18, consider and vote to approve salary range for a staff accountant.
Do I have a
Motion.
motion by Ms. Boshain to approve?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Shonis. Do we, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Last item, consider and vote to approve contract for staff accountant.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion, and again, both contracts have the amendments that we talked about. So we have a motion by Mr. Brandel,
Second.
second by Ms. Azanaro. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we have support in our accounting, in our finance office, and we have an HR director starting January.
Hopefully we have more substitute teachers now.
And more so, fingers crossed. Okay.
Next item is public comments to non-agenda items.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So we have Becky DiStefano. So Mr. De Silva, I believe, has left.
Yeah, he said he was speaking.
Okay. Okay.
Good evening.
Hello.
My name is Becky DiStefano, and I am the mother of 2 children in the East Providence School District. I'm sure you know my name since I've been communicating with you for the past 6 months regarding the mask mandates in the schools. I was extremely disappointed that an email I sent on November 28th with urgent and timely information was ignored. Not one of you had the courtesy to respond, so I'll highlight what needs your attention and requires you to take action. The weekend of November 28th, local Brown University published a study that scientifically shows that masks and other COVID measures put in place by the state, the Department of Health, and school districts are harmful and damaging to children. I sent you both the link to the study itself, as well as an article talking about the study, which was published throughout the country on various news outlets. In addition, I shared an email prior to that my husband and I have joined with a large group of Rhode Island parents to file a lawsuit against the governor and the Department of Health over the irreparable harm being done to children by forcing them to wear masks. I don't even understand why I have to wear this up here, but regardless. While Judge Lamphere denied our preliminary injunction last month in Providence, he did rule strongly in our favor on the issue of irreparable harm. This is a rebuke to the Department of Health position that masks do not cause children harm. Per the judge's ruling, and I quote, "The court finds that these children are suffering and reasonably infers that children across the state are suffering from the mask mandate." This court heard credible testimony from multiple plaintiffs that their children were suffering adverse effects from the requirement that they wear masks throughout the school day. These adverse effects include physical and emotional discomfort and interference with the children's ability to interact with teachers and peers. Regardless of the uncertainty surrounding long-term medical problems resulting from mask wearing, this court finds that plaintiffs' testimony regarding the ongoing impact of the mask mandate on their children suffices to establish a finding of irreparable harm. End quote. That is all on record with the court in a court of law in Rhode Island. It should also be noted that Dr. McDonald of the Department of Health admitted under oath that he did not do a cost-benefit analysis when considering masking our children. He also testified that there has not been one pediatric death from COVID in Rhode Island. In fact, there's been no death under the age of 24. The Brown study to which I referred to has a wealth of information on how masking, along with other COVID restrictions such as isolation and distancing, has affected children on many levels, including academically and emotionally. We expect you, as elected officials and leaders, to do your due diligence and read the study in its entirety and make educated decisions, ask questions, and investigate. It is not up to the state, Department of Health, or the schools to tell us what is best for our children. We have advocated for parent choice and will continue to do so. It should be up to the parents and families on whether or not to mask their children. End of story. You are elected to advocate for our children, and it seems that over $18 million in COVID relief federal funding is more meaningful to you than what is best for these kids. They are the priority. We, the parents, will never stop advocating for our children. For too long, you have passed the buck and said you have no choices and you have to blindly follow the state. Well, you do have a choice. The General Assembly is finally meeting again in a few weeks, and you can reach out to local representatives, as we have all this time, and tell them that you want parents to make the health decisions for their children. Your silence and your lack of response speaks volumes. So do the right thing and get loud for our kids, something that we have been doing the entire time. The court of law says our children are being harmed by masks. Scientific research confirms the harm being done to children by masks and COVID restrictions. You need to do what is right for the children and families of East Providence. We, the parents, will never stop standing up, and it is time that you did the same. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next on the list is, I think it says Rob Good, but I don't. Bobby Good? He left? Okay. So next is Carissa Moglia.
Good evening, and thank you for taking the time to listen. I know it's getting late, so I'm going to make this quick. I just made a few notes. As a parent and...
Ms. Moglia, just turn that, just so that we can...
What?
Just tilt the microphone just a little bit towards you.
Check. Can you hear?
Thank you.
Okay. I don't want to get too close to it. So as a parent and homeowner in East Providence, I've recently decided, instead of just complaining about our taxes always going up, that I was going to pay a little bit more attention to what the city is spending, and that's including the school department. So I recently sent an email to Chairman Montero and Mr. Brandel, because I'm in Ward 2. And thank you, Mr. Brandel, for responding to my email. Mr. Montero, if it got lost, I'll resend that to you tonight so you could take a peek. But I'm essentially asking that the committee pass a resolution similar to the one that Gloucester School Committee just passed, and that the East Providence School Committee has done in the past. And I think, Mr. Chonez, you were on the board at the time, but it's to withhold dues from the Rhode Island Association of School Committees until a cost-benefit analysis is performed. I'll just briefly explain some reasons why that were mentioned in my email. So recently, the National Association of School Boards had issued a formal statement of apology to member organizations. This is in response to 21 state school board associations that denounced the National School Board Association letter to the Biden administration, comparing concerned parents who speak at school committee meetings like this one to domestic terrorists. In contrast, on October 5th, Rhode Island Association of School Committees issued correspondence to school committee chairs indicating that they would proactively engage with the FBI as a result of U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland's directive to the DOJ. As of today, the chair, Tim Duffy, has still not apologized to the parents and taxpayers that support and fund his organization through school committee membership dues. So I'm simply asking that you go ahead and put this on the agenda for the next meeting. And while I'm up here quickly, just one more thing. I know you guys are probably so sick of hearing about the mask issue, and I just want to make sure, I mean, I know there's like a stigma attached to talking about it, and a lot of parents are, you know, scared to speak out, but you know, we're not doing this for political or otherwise selfish reasons. You know, we're being persistent because our kids are coming home with various ailments. My son, for instance, has asthma. Now he has chronic sinus infections from prolonged mask wearing in schools. His doctor agrees with us, that's the reason, but they're actually, you know, intimidated to put anything in writing just because of the current climate of things. So I definitely urge you to take a look at Judge Lanfear's ruling. And there's even live footage of the court hearing on Coalition Radio Network's YouTube page. And now I know, there's my last point. I know you all have your hands tied in that you need to follow the governor's orders. But like Mrs. DeStefano had mentioned, really you could help these children by just urging your local representatives and senators to go ahead and discuss this at a public session when they open up in a couple of weeks. And I know Representative Henry's in Ward 2 is definitely interested in hearing from her constituents. So thanks again for your time, and I hope you guys have a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you. No others. Next item, please.
The next item is announcements.
Yes, I'd like to wish the members of the school committee.
Can't hear you.
Ben, a clip. I would like to wish all the members of the school committee and the administration a very Merry Christmas and a happy, and let's all hope, a healthy New Year, and also to all the community members who are watching, parents and community members this evening, a very happy holiday and a healthy and safe New Year. So thank you very much.
Likewise. Thank you. Any other announcements? No?
Nope.
Yeah. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Brandel,
Second.